Hey, everybody. We're going to jump to segment 5, which I think is page 3. Hope you guys got a good night's sleep. And the oil for this is vetiver. There's not a lot of choices for this one. If you don't have vetiver, I can come up with some B choices, but vetiver is the choice here. Um,
So if you don't have that ever, type in over to me
yeah,
and I'll see what we can do.
let us know if we need to do B choices.
Nobody's saying anything.
Okay. Boy, good for you guys. All right. Hmm. So here we're we're going through and we're calming instinctive responses so that the body can handle more of the angelic energy, but also that it helps to regulate the emotions and clear up the mind to a certain degree. Right? So when we go through and we do this, we're not just going to the head. We're gonna do like body awareness on each area. So like when we're on the head, we're gonna go to the head, but then we're gonna go, okay, where do I feel the most tension or the heaviness or agitation in my head? And then you're gonna put your awareness on that area, and then we're gonna inhale. And then we're going to go to the neck and feel around the whole neck. Where do I feel the most tension or agitation, like the heaviness? Where is my attention like drawn to? And then we're going to work that area, right? So we're going to go through the body step by step. You could say this is like a much deeper dive of body awareness where you're going through and looking at the body like through the template of we're going to do a search grid through each part of the body, right? So right off the bat, you have your vetiver. Let's have you start closing your eyes and just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then pause. Now, a quick way to kind of do this, I mean, it's not as effective, but sometimes I like to do this when I go through and do this process, is take some of the vetiver, and if it's in oil with a reducer, oil bottle with a reducer, put some on your finger and then rub it on the base of your skull. If you have it in a roller ball, just take the roller ball and go right to the base of your skull. Do both sides of the base of your skull. Yeah, I think so. Thank you. God, it's almost immediate, isn't it? In the Hindu tradition or in India, vetiver is known as the oil of tranquility. It brings a level or degree of peace that washes over the body. Okay. So now, before you're inhaling, your awareness is on your head. If you put your awareness on your head, just practice awareness on your head. Where do you feel the tension? In your face, in your jaws, the sides of your head, the back of your head. Where do you feel something? You're practicing awareness on that area, wherever it might be. If you don't feel anything, if you don't feel like something's jumping out at you, do the whole head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths on that area. You're on your head. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Just let go. And again, your awareness is on your head, your whole head. Where do you feel something with your awareness on your head? Your attention is there. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your head. And then just pause and let go. You're just being still. Okay, your awareness is on your neck, the front, the sides, the back of your neck. Where do you feel the most tension or an agitated area, a heaviness? Where is your attention drawn to? Wherever that might be, your awareness is there. If you don't feel anything, then your awareness is on your whole neck. With your awareness on your neck, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just being still. Again, your awareness is on your neck. You're listening to your neck. You're listening to the body. Inhale with your awareness on the neck. And then pause. Pause and be still. Your awareness is across on the top of the shoulders, like across the shoulder area here. Where do you feel something on the tops of the shoulders? You can't feel anything, just do the whole top of the shoulders. And then nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Again, your awareness is on the tops of your shoulders. You're practicing awareness on the tops of your shoulders. If a spot jumps out, your awareness is there. If not, your awareness is on the whole shoulder area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oils. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Yeah. Now let's do the chest and the upper back. Your awareness is on the chest and the upper back. Where do you feel some tension? Where do you feel some agitation? Where do you feel something? Your awareness is there. If you don't feel anything, then your awareness is on your chest and your upper back. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
Mhm.
And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Again, your chest and upper back. You're aware of these areas. What jumps out at you? Or the whole area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just letting go. Letting go of everything. Just let go. So your mid back and your abdominal area, below your ribs, all the way down to your navel, front and back. Where do you feel something? You're putting your attention on that area. If you don't feel anything, then your awareness is just on that whole area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and let go. Just let go of everything. Pause and let go. So the abdomen and mid back, your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're pausing and being still. Okay, now you're doing your lower abdominal area and your low back. So from your navel down to the tops of your hips, front and back. Where does something jump out at you? If you feel nothing, then the whole area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Pause and be still. Just let go. Just letting go. Again, your lower abdominal area and your low back, the area that jumps out, or the whole area. Just pause and be still. Your pelvis, the front, the sides, the back, your whole pelvis. What area jumps out, or the whole area? Nice long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and let go. And again, your pelvis, front, sides, and back. What area jumps out at you, or the whole area? You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just be still. You're pausing and you're letting go. Just letting go. Okay, your upper legs, your thighs. Your awareness is on your thighs, the front, the inside, the outside, the back of the legs. Whatever area jumps out at you, like the hamstrings, your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Again, your thighs. Your awareness is on your thighs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. The lower legs. Your awareness is on the lower legs. Where does something jump out at you, or just the whole lower legs? You're just being still. Or letting go and being still. Your awareness is on your lower legs, front, sides, back, what jumps out at you, or just the whole lower leg. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're just letting go. So the last place, your feet. Be aware of your feet. Your whole foot, or if there's an area that is a little achy, it's agitated, there's tension, your awareness is on that area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. And one more time, your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause and let go. Just let go. Okay, so in this place that we're in, where we've calmed down the responses in the body, the emotions, the mind, let's have you reflect on your resolution, your intention, or that area that you want to heal or bring something into in your life. Take a moment and just reflect, observe, and then just let it go for a moment. Just completely let go. Now, feel that in your body, your whole body. Be aware of your whole body. Where do you feel that? Do you feel it in your spine, your jaws, your shoulders? Wherever it is, your awareness is there. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that area of your body. And then just let go. Just let go. Again, observe your goal, your resolution, that area of healing. You're observing it. You're letting it go. You're just being still and letting it go. Now, let's grab one of your angels. You could use the one you were using yesterday. I need to make you a big bottle of embryo. And you're visualizing yourself in a ball of light. Mm. Oh, yeah, that's a super good blend. Lane cedar, mandarin petitgrain, galbanum, golden eucalyptus, and black spruce. You're visualizing the ball of light. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Now we're going to do the materialization breath. So hold the bottle to your chest, that same angel you're using, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. You're just being still. And let's do that one more time. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're just being still. Okay, let's go ahead and share experiences or ask some questions. You can unmute yourself, you could type it. How do you
Yeah, that really helped integrate or
Yeah, 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 you look like you concretized it. You know, that piece of the materialization, you calm down the body quite a bit. Not only does vetiver relax everything, but it's part of how like you bring in light or spiritual energy like into the body and like hold on to it or concretize it. And so like I think you're feeling like, ugh.
Yeah,
And
was
then when you go through and you materialize it, it's like
it,
it directs the light that came in.
that's exactly what it feels like.
Yeah, yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey,
Good morning.
hey, hey, how are you?
Oh my gosh, what a beautiful gift you gave us. I just got so much information on my
Oh,
body.
good.
So much. It was really very helpful. I know I'm with the right physical therapist. If I have, I can go tell him what I got. And if I run it down like in front of him, I know he'll give me exactly what I need.
Oh,
So,
good.
and then your help last night. I had to do the Valerian a couple of times, but it let me
Hmm.
go back to sleep. And I got more rest. And so I know
Oh,
I'm on
good.
the right track with you. God bless you for that. Thank
Yeah,
you
yeah,
so
good,
much.
good. Yeah.
um,
And the longer that you do it, like the more days that you do it, it should it should keep making your sleep better and better. Like at first, it's you're trying to get to sleep and struggle to get to sleep. And, because sometimes we even sleep, but we don't really get like restful sleep. You get like, yeah, my eyes are closed, but that's about it. Still running a marathon inside, but just with my eyes closed. And the more you keep doing it, it's like it keeps restoring that homeostasis mechanism and regulating the nervous system. And it's like every time it just goes a little deeper and a little deeper and a little deeper. And so, yeah, it should be very, very helpful.
and it showed. why I'm so wound up because I really want to get my house ready to sell. So, and I have
Oh yeah,
a lot
that
of
would
stuff.
be a thing that would
Yeah. Yeah.
wind somebody up. Yeah.
And it really showed up in my pelvis. I mean, with the fear, there's just,
Hmm.
it's been there for quite a while. So it gave me just so even emotional, physical, lots of information. And I was able to kind of write and stay with the flow the whole time. So it
Oh,
was a
good.
beautiful, beautiful gift. Thank you
Good, good,
so
good.
much.
My pleasure. Yeah.
You and the angels and Sam, I'm looking so forward to everybody going into this new year. All right. I'll let the next
Thank you.
person speak. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Um, when Greg has a moment, can he please look at me? I've been feeling strange somewhat. My body is vibrating strongly since yesterday, maybe even before. Have been feeling very cold since yesterday. My head is a bit pressurized as well. I didn't sleep many hours last night, so that could be some of the head tension, or is there something else? The vetiver helped a lot. I'm spacey now, still very cold and vibrating. I hope I'm just shifting, not scrambling. I also feel the senses are heightened, feel more sensitive. Oh dear.
I would say that your Mingmen looks overactivated. Get up and just move the body around, like move the joints around, like twist your spine, do the hula hoop motion with your hips, bend and flex your legs and your knees. I think that is a bit. Could be just a bit of congestion and spiritual energy coming in, your body's shifting, and so sometimes that can be a little bit of an issue. And so if you wanted to use an oil to also help with that, like health rays, use like health rays, some form of health rays, and that should be helpful as well. Yeah.
And they said I moved a lot before the class.
Yeah, I would still go around and move around again, especially the hula hoop and twisting the spine.
And then keep us posted.
Yeah, yeah, definitely keep us posted.
Thank you. Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
Hi.
hey, we just have a couple minutes, so if we get cut off, we'll pick up when we come back from lunch. So just heads up.
Okay. Maybe we want to do that then. I had a technical question yesterday.
Sure.
The last segment, it just brought up a storm in my hip, and like I tried to do it, and then I had to log off, and I tried to do it, and I'm like, okay. So
You're talking about the
yesterday,
vetiver, or are you talking about the thing we did yesterday?
the vetiver today actually calmed everything down.
Okay.
Um, And I was just trying to discern mechanically if it was just like a storm, because that's what it felt like. Because now I think vetiver would be the answer to just my body went, oh, thank you.
You could try rubbing vetiver could work. You could try rubbing vetiver with like massage oil or a lotion into that hip.
Uh-huh.
Also like joint relief. Like I would do joint relief.
Okay, I have a
A lot
body
of
tonic.
times when there's like you said, like a storm or like some agitation, and I assume it's kind of deeper in
Yeah.
the joint. Yeah, you'll wanna unwind like deeper spasms in and around the hip socket.
Hmm.
And so vetiver is an antispasmodic. It's very good muscle relaxer. The
Okay.
joint relief is antispasmodic, but it also increases blood flow into that area. And
Okay.
so I would just kind of for a little while consistently kind of rub that in, but in,
Okay.
in a lotion or massage oil, so that the massage oil or the lotion holds the essential oil in that area longer, and so it will
Okay.
be more effective specifically to that area. Where if you do neat or like a body tonic, it hits that area, but then it goes to other
Okay.
places and
Yeah.
starts doing other things and
Uh-huh.
meeting other people, and you know what I mean. starts
Yeah.
starts doing
Yeah.
its thing. So I would hold it in place with massage oil or lotion.
Okay. And like it was almost like like a packet. That's why I felt like a storm. It was emotional and then the body
Oh
and
yeah,
the mental.
sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Anytime there's a joint issue, there's almost always some sort of emotion that gets generated by the joint issue. Yeah.
Yeah, from events or other people and
Either way.
experience.
Yeah,
Okay.
either way. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Greg.
Because if you think about it, like your joints are stability. And
Uh,
then if a joint gets a little weird, then all of a sudden things don't feel stable, and you might start revisiting some of those. Yeah.
ah, that's it. Or it could also be, right? It was brought up from the joint feeling. Yeah,
Could
I
be.
guess that's what you're saying.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No, that totally makes sense. And I do think I have joint
We
relief
we
in
got
a.
to jump over. So
Okay,
sorry,
bye.
but we'll pick up when we come back.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay. We're gonna break for lunch. We're gonna do the Astara, and we're gonna come back at 1:30. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and come on back. And I think we were talking to Teresa.
Mhm.
Hey, Teresa, are you there? We can finish our conversation. Sorry, we had to cut that off.
Yeah, no worries. It actually was helpful. I think what I'm trying to understand, um, just for future reference, like when this occurs, what I need to do, because sometimes I don't even realize it's going on, but it feels like an energy, like in one of the protocols, it must have been a lot of light coming in, and this energy just doesn't want to dislodge. And then it,
Yeah, like a lot of times when there's like a lot of energy passing through, it will get stuck in some of the areas that where we have a little bit of something like compromised or an issue,
Mhm.
something. And so, it kind of I don't want to say goes to the weak spots, but in those areas, the energy usually is not flowing very well to begin with.
Mhm.
And so it just like accumulates or gets stuck there. Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes up, what will happen is like, I mean, I guess maybe a question is there potentially a thought form? I will tell you the memories. What comes up is a very upset mother driving in a car trying to leave
Mhm.
and really emotional. And like I don't know if I absorbed this in my hip as a kid. And
Mhm.
of course then I added to the same scenario, if you will, like the same cyclical kind of thing.
Mhm.
And then the mind starts doing really limited self-talk.
Mhm.
So the pain was extraordinary yesterday. So I
Mhm.
tried to just sit with it. I did put joint relief, but it was the body tonic, and I did find my oil, and I used helichrysum. But is it just that the energy is starting to get light and dislodge, and that's just the stuff leaving?
It's not so much that the story is associated with that, it's that the instability of the joint stimulates the story. It's like flip it.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the more that you kind of stabilize the joints, the more that the mind and the emotions won't go to another time where there's like instability.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if at like a point in time in a childhood there was a trauma around that was around instability, would that be the kind of
Yeah,
instigator?
it would make it easier for your mind and emotions to go there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would it be the same remedy
Yeah, sure.
to
Mhm.
heal it? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you always like look, stabilize the nervous system, because again, the body sees like even with that event, the body sees the trauma much different than the mind and the emotional response.
Yeah.
So the body just had to make whatever adjustments, and it's sending the message up to the brain, and then the emotions and the mind start going, yeah, there was that time, it starts doing that. So like the more that you kind of stabilize, like joints especially will always make us feel like when something's compromised in a joint, it always makes us feel unstable or there's some sort of instability, especially weight bearing joints. Even in the arms and things, it will happen,
Mhm.
but weight bearing joints especially will do that. And so it sends the message up, and then you start going through the files like, oh yeah, there was that time. So that's what.
I, I was just writing that as you said that. Like it starts with that time, and then they're like, but there was
Yeah,
that time, and that time,
yeah,
and that
all
time, and
kinds
that time.
of, because then the mind gets the message like, hey, there's instability, and then it's like, okay, I have to stabilize this situation. And it doesn't look necessarily to the body. It starts going through the memory banks. And then it starts going, well, there was this, there was that, there was this, there was that. And then there is that mental component or that emotional component like tied to that. But even when you go through and resolve that, the instability in the hip is, it might diminish a little bit, but that's still neurological. Like that still has a basis and foundation in the nervous system. And so even if you get to a better place in that scenario, the instability in the body will then go, maybe we need to revisit that. Maybe we need to go back to that situation because your mind's trying to make sense out of something.
Yep.
And so it goes back to what it remembers.
Sure.
Yeah.
So then to neutralize it, it would be working with
Yeah. Treat the joint. Yeah. Treat the joint. Yeah.
and that's joint relief. And what about mugwort?
Mugwort will help energy move through the area and it can be helpful. Sure.
Okay.
Antispasmodics, things like you could use mugwort, but I would probably use charcoal root cleanser. Charcoal root cleanser will have kind of a similar effect
Okay.
on the area like mugwort, but it will also kind of clean up lymph and, do some other things that the mugwort doesn't necessarily do on its own. It
Okay.
has a bunch of mugwort in it. It has a bunch of
Okay.
mugwort, has a bunch of artemisia in it, but then
Okay.
it has other things that like kind
Okay.
of deepen the effect. Yeah,
And would that also address the loop that starts?
somewhat. Somewhat. I mean, it depends on like how imbalanced the autonomic nervous system is, like how much the dysregulation has been calmed down, and then how much vagal tone there is. If there's a big, like, imbalance of that,
Hmm.
even when you kind of have the things resolved, it'll kind of backslide. It's backslide's not the right word, but from the point of view of the nervous system, it will backslide. And so in that state, old things, even that feel resolved, can get triggered again because of that instability. Because if you think about like if there's a lot of dysregulation and poor vagal tone, then you're in defense mode, you're in protective mode, you're in whatever kind of mode there is.
Sure.
And then the mind just starts playing the greatest hits. It's like put
Yeah.
in that 8-track tape, start playing it through.
And
Yeah.
and is that where the negative self-talk comes in?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
Okay. All
Because
right.
even negative self-talk is actually more neurological than it is psychological.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a part of the brain that just starts doing what it does. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. Um, wow, that's cool. So I have CRC ointment.
Oh yeah,
Um,
perfect. Yeah.
and would you recommend that over joint relief? Because I also have joint relief
I would
too.
I would rotate them. The primary one I would do would be joint relief.
Okay.
But then, like, if you would do a rotational approach, I would do the joint relief on the area and then CRC on the area. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
And then go ahead, Kat.
Hey, hey.
Hey, this has been lovely. I've
Oh,
always,
good.
yesterday, it was interesting because I think I was recovering from the last couple weeks of kind of intense stuff going on with me, and
Yeah. Yeah.
um, every, I if I say I fell asleep during every single piece of every single segment, it's probably true. Like I didn't feel sleepy while I was awake. You know what I mean? Like in breaks or in the morning or whatever.
Mhm.
But it was like as soon as I'd go into any protocol, I'd be like, oh, did something happen? I don't think I missed any of them, which is kind of amazing. It's like I would
Mhm.
be just zonked out long enough to then come round for the next step. But
No, that's why I always kind of joke like when people say, "Oh, I dropped the bottle a lot," or there's been a couple people who like when we're in person keep dropping the bottle and then they'll come up and they'll go, "I'm so sorry." I was like, "It's the biggest compliment. Don't worry about it." Like because the falling asleep, especially like when you said like it wasn't like I was exhausted in doing it. You're falling asleep is like anytime there starts to be a shift in the nervous system, that's kind of what you do is you kind of like conk out. And even like doing yoga, sometimes you'll do a bunch of postures or something, and then you lay there and you kind of conk out for a little bit, or you're getting some body work done or something, and all of a sudden you conk out for 5 or 10 minutes. And it's when the nervous system is shifting, and in that time, you're going into a restorative phase or a healing phase. The healing intelligence is kicking in, and the deeper the shift into the restorative intelligence or healing intelligence, it's tied to rest and repair. So it happens in like a rest mode, like your body kind of does a shutdown to go through and do a reboot. And so, yeah, I think that's actually quite good.
yeah, it felt
Yeah.
promising. It felt good, good,
Yeah.
good.
It's usually very restorative. Yeah.
Yes. It was also
Yeah.
interesting to me that, like, even though I felt like I napped kind of all day long, once
Hmm.
bedtime came around, I was like, time for sleep, yawn,
Right.
honk, like
Right.
normally I would be like wired after sleeping so much. But um, so yesterday I was working Fanuel a little
Hmm.
and a little mostly Fanuel, but also oh my gosh, the other S one that people were talking, Sandalphon. Uh,
Mm.
and that those were really nice. Fanuel is one that just kind of jumped out at me like me. So I'm curious if you have anything to say about Fanuel at all.
So which one is it?
The
Okay, fine. That's what I thought it was.
yeah. And
Um,
then
let me
and
look it
then
up real quick.
likewise, if you feel like it, I mean, if anything comes to mind. And today I was working Skyoel, and that's been really lovely too. Feels like
Which one was it?
Skyoel, SCH.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's look here. Yeah, so F Fanuel, um, in a way is kind of like aligning with your nature or your soul, especially when there has been the presence of wounds, like an old wound of some sort. Um, so it can also like whatever you're processing, or if you're feeling like some sort of guilt or like, oh, I shouldn't have done something different, or I should have, whatever version of that. Um, Lanuel helps to release those, because a lot of that is body emotion. It's not even like psychologically you feel that. It's just the body is feeling the situation and then starts generating body emotion. And so it has a cleansing effect on that body emotion and just helps bring you into like a good alignment with your true nature. And so it has like a protective quality over the soul, excuse me. And it's like brings like hope in the time where you feel like you're in like spiritual darkness, which a lot of times, in times like that, the the body can get worn down or we can get worn down. And, that's kind of tied to like the strengthening of the spleen. Because like if the spleen is worn down, it's how we process sensory information is tied to like the fuel that's generated by the spleen. And so if the spleen is depleted, for one, we don't have the emotions to feel. Like, so we don't feel hopeful. We don't feel like anything about the future. We just feel like, oh, I'm in this dark place, or I'm in this place where there's, nothing is going to happen, no hope. And because if you look at the spleen is tied to two things, kind of a paradox. Like one is life, and then the other one is progress. And so if you look at the idea of the nervous system, how the nervous system balances out, the sympathetic part of the nerves, which is action, activity, fight, flight, all those kinds of things, like that aspect is about life. And then if you look at the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, which is rest and repair and healing and all those kinds of things, digesting, it is tied to progress. And a lot of times we become very polarized and it either becomes about just life or, we diminish the potential for healing or we become consumed by it when really there needs to be like a balance between the two. And when it becomes depleted, the progress diminishes and in the aspect of the life part in the fight flight, we just become like really reactive in the mind. Like, you kind of go into like a little bit of a hypothetical mind. Like, what about this? What about that? What if this happens? What if that happens? Um, Not only that, but the spleen is like your overall vitality. And so a lot of times it will be like not having the ability or the drive to make any sort of effort to kind of shift or change in a situation or adjust and adapt. Like shifting and changing isn't the right word. I would say adapting in that kind of scenario. And so with that, our thoughts and our consciousness can get very stuck or fixated in a particular place. And then it's like we're in a cage, we can't get out. And in that, like depression can set in, hopelessness, things like that. And so Fonale is for helping to like heal that wound so that we can continue to evolve or progress in relationships and in our health and our in our life and in the direction that we want to go and have our experiences. You know, it's like you open up to a greater potential when the spleen is healthy. Because Kabbalistically, the spleen has to do with victory or power. And power is like that ability to overcome obstacles, the able to push through in the face of a difficulty. Basically have progress. Like you're progressing through something. You're having the difficulty becomes something that you learn and grow from, when you don't have the energy, it becomes the thing that makes you suffer. And so, like a strong spleen is tied to the enhancing the ability to progress and grow and evolve in a particular situation. And so it's also that area, spirit wise, is also associated with the Elohim, which are tied to um, creative aspects. Because the spleen also strengthens the sex chakra, which it's not just the sex and sex drive, but it's about the ability to have a foundation in the physical world, and it has to do with the creative aspect is the mixing of spirit and matter. And so when spirit and matter aren't mixing there, we're just like on autopilot and we're just reactive and we're not living as a soul. We're just kind of like reacting, like asleep and reacting. And so that's a good one to do for a lot of reasons, prevention, opening up to potentials. Um, yeah, it's used, I want to say it's used in a lot of work. I want to say with the aspects of Jupiter, like the expansive qualities of Jupiter. It's either Jupiter or Venus. I can't remember which one. But like in processes that you would do for that, you would actually utilize that angel.
Feels very appropriate for this
Yeah.
moment, the
Yeah.
beginning of the year and all of
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah. Be it, because I don't know, like sometimes we are aware of our wounds that maybe come from the family or something, and maybe they're not necessarily from the family, but they were like while we were with our family or something. But then, as time goes by, you start looking back, or at least for myself, I should say, and I started looking back and I look back in my youth and stuff, and I was like, oh, there's way more wounds there than I realized that were not revolving around things that happened in the family, but just in life and the people you interacted with and the things that happened and didn't happen, and in the workplace. For me, a lot of it was in the workplace. You know, you're young, people take advantage of you and screw you around and play silly games and you're trying to make it in the world and you're trying to define yourself and you got somebody, pulling the rug out from under you every step of the way, you know. So for me, some of it was the people that were around me, like friends or what I thought were friends and people at work and stuff like that. Yeah. You know, those wounds impact how you see yourself. And so as time goes by, you start to either realize or have different experiences. And so those things kind of come up to be processed. And if you don't have the energy to process them, then they're just like stuck there. Like, as much as you try to do whatever, they're just stuck. Like you have to have the energy of the spleen to be able to like push through it. Yeah.
Hmm. Beautiful. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. That's a great one to do at any time. Makes me want to go throw a bunch in a bottle right now and go, oh yeah, I gotta work that one. I worked that one a long time ago. But you know how we did some of the classes where we did deeper dives like on Mercury and Jupiter and Venus. It's in one of those. I don't think I put it in the class, but in a lot of those, a lot of these angels are from that work. And so, you would work the angel before you would invoke those different aspects of of the planet. So I could look up on break and see where that one's at. I know it's in one of them. I just can't remember where.
Those classes were so great with
But yeah, they were. I mean, I've been doing those things for God, like almost 40 years. They're pretty much meat and potatoes of the things that I do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then somebody, and we had some shares, so shares and questions too. Um, Thank you for doing this class. It was exactly what I needed. It's been very intense class so far. Lots of processing and releasing, not just tears, but downright sobbing during some of the protocols. And then some bam, silence.
Yeah, like like the sadness isn't necessarily like grief how we would like traditionally think of grief, like um oh, I'm hurt or something. It's a lot of times when, especially when working with the angels, you are processing and moving through something and you are realizing something. And, another way of saying realization is creative destruction, or um, it's a kind of restoration. Like, you're restoring your alignment to the soul or to your nature. And the grief is sometimes the letting go of that piece that we've identified with, because I mean that's the difficulty with trauma is we identify with it, like, oh, that happened to me, or that's part of my history, when really it was just a thing that happened. And when we let it go, it shifts our self-image to the point where we realize, hey, that is a thing that happened. That wasn't me. It's something that happened. And yes, it hurt my feelings, or I was hurt or wounded, but it's not really who I am. It's not a reflection of who I am. It's just a thing that happened. And took me a long time to realize that. And when we let some of these things go in our nervous system and our connective tissue and everything, it impacts the emotions and the mind, and it impacts our energy body and our aura and things. And we are letting go of those things. But even though it's something that is good that it's gone, we still kind of grieve it a little bit. Like it's like you're grieving like a piece of yourself that it really wasn't yourself, but we kind of perceive it that way. And so, I mean, we all do it. Like it's not like, oh, do I do it? We all do it, you know. And you're grieving that piece that floats away, but you're also grieving what happened, whatever it is. It's like, oh, yeah, that really hurt my feelings, or yeah, I was really upset. I was really hurt by that, or whatever it is, like, oh, but at that moment, you can truly let it go. Like it is like it's just it's almost like you're retrieving a part of yourself in doing so. And it's not of the body, of the emotions, of the mind. It's that aspect that is holding a piece of your true nature or your soul in that area, and has locked it in like this loop. And so, yeah, those are good things. If you think about it, even in meditation, you'll have a realization, you tear up, you know. Uh, Part of that is that you had some sort of realization where you're restoring the soul, but at the same time, something is leaving. You're letting something go. Yeah. These are all super good experiences for you guys. Man.
And go ahead, Teresa, and then we shall
Hee
see.
hee.
Good. Just tailing on the
Mhm.
conversation you just had, is the why is it so hard to let it go? The not letting it go, but more the personalization of it, which then creates the attachment.
It can be the personalization. Because personalization is also like another way of saying uh, like identifying with it.
Yeah.
Um, and that's the thing is it's hard not to identify it to it because we're a person and it happened to us. Like,
Yep.
of course, we're going to personalize it
Yep.
because it happened to us.
Yeah.
We're people, we're a person, so we that's what we do. We personalize,
Sure.
and so it can be that. But the more that we have dysregulation and less vagal tone, the greater potential there is for the personalizing. And
Sure.
so the more that it kind of comes into balance, it's like, yeah, that sucks, but I'm gonna let
Yeah.
right? But because the vagal tone is how we'll process out of it. When we have that imbalance with the dysregulation, we tend to be like defensive, protective, and in that we personalize it because then we're protecting it or we're defending it or we're whatever. And so
Yep.
um but that's the double-edged sword is when something traumatic happens, we go into dysregulation. We have to work really hard not to get dysregulated with trauma.
Yep. Yep.
Like nowadays, just because of so many years of it, like when I get like a injury or some situation or incident happens, it's only been the last few years maybe I'll go, I need 20 minutes, or I need an hour, I need something. And I put myself in like a vagal state so that I can process through whatever that is, so that when I'm done, I can walk away from it. Right. In the old days, I would still go, well, I'll process it later, or I'll do this, or I'll do that. And it's still like, eventually I would do it, but I would have to work a lot harder because I let it sink in for a little,
Yeah.
and it caused that dysregulation, and then I'd have to work harder to get the body out of the dysregulation. And we had
Sure.
a couple of situations. One, I don't know, about was it like 3 months ago? I like did a little trip and fall, and just injured the body a little bit, and I was like, okay, immediately, like made sure I was okay, then put myself in vagal state, and still went to the doctor and got checked out, and amazingly, I was okay. And then there was an incident with a particular person. I wasn't upset, but they were very upset. And afterwards, I was like, even though I'm not upset, it's going to take a half hour and just process through whatever this, because I might be unconscious about some of it. And then done, walked away. Where in the old days, I would have struggled with it for a couple weeks, you know,
Sure.
at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah. I was my giggle was the backlog of the childhood experiences where you really embed it and take it on.
Mhm.
Um, and then you park it in the to-do list for the future, right?
Right. When I was young, I mean, like a teenager, late teens, I get an injury or, somebody would do something to hurt my feelings. And I can literally remember myself going, I'm going to have to deal with this later.
Oh, interesting.
Like now I'm like, ugh, breaks my heart that that's what I was doing, but that's what I was doing. Like, yeah, like in 6 months or a year, I'll probably need to process this. And, I was just letting myself sink deeper and deeper into a dysregulated state. But,
Sure.
you know,
Sure. Well, we
most of
don't
it
know what we
now.
don't know at the time. Maybe there was a
Yeah.
purpose for it. Maybe it was to
Uh,
accelerate all these great oils that you
yeah,
create.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it could be. That's very
pre-research, right?
kind of you. Yeah.
Um, and just now I'm curious, when you do that for yourself, do you just pick up vagal tone as a
If
rollerball?
I have oils, sometimes if you just, how we talk about like doing body awareness and
Sure.
situational awareness, I think both times I just did that.
Cool. All right,
I
super.
just observed the situation, I was like, oh, well, I'm a little more upset than I thought, or I'm a little bit more
Yep.
hurt than I thought, or, and the physical fall, I was assessing my body. Where does my body hurt? And then I would just put my awareness on that area and, uh, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Vagal tone would have helped, but I think both times um, I didn't have oils around me when I did it. I was out and about.
Uh-huh. Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, hey.
Hi, Greg. Um, so at lunchtime, I moved. I walked the dogs. I ate. I put a lot of health rays all over my body. But anyway, and
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was you. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
but I also had a very I inhaled, but I did all kind of things too. So I do feel better. I'm still vibrating, buzzing, but I had a powerful insight that
Mhm.
kind of made me, I'm still kind of. I think I'm still kind of, and this is the first time in my life that I have space to be with myself.
Mhm.
And I can live by myself because of I've never had the physical space being at
Right.
sea and all that and growing up. This is the first time. And you've shared because it's like the last, I don't know, few for a while I've been grieving and I've been dying and I'm still dying, and
Mhm.
grieving and all that stuff. But also at the same time, I was probably kicking and screaming, fighting it. And then today I just had this like something just clicked. And I found myself home, if that makes sense. But like
Yeah. Yeah,
inside,
yeah, yeah.
there was someone else almost like trying to get my attention. And it's just like, and I just kind of sank in and I was like, oh, I finally came home. I'm finally home.
Mhm.
And I just have this like with my mind's mind, whatever. I was like, oh, I need to clean this house because it's been neglected.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Furniture is around and moved around, it's all over the place. It's a mess.
Yeah.
It's just it was just like I don't even know how to explain it. Like I'm still feeling a bit emotional about that, but I was like, wow, it took me a long time to get here. I still don't
Yeah.
know who and what to do and how to, but it's like it's yeah, you know, it's yeah.
Yeah, something, I know like when Gordon leaves, like you're used to it and everything, but something felt very different about it this time.
Mm,
Very, very different.
mm.
I know he's gonna come back around and everything, but like this time it felt, I don't know, like it was gonna sink deeper or something
Well,
more significant was gonna happen internally for you.
yeah, but it's also we're kind of like we're separate. We're not. So it's just matter of time to for all the pieces to come together and unfold.
Mhm. Mhm.
But yeah, this for me, the fact is that's like at this age of this time of my life, this is the first time. It's it's special, it's important. Yeah, I have my
Mhm.
animals. They're like my what are they? My companions and they keep me together, put it this way, so I don't fall apart completely. But in a good way, in a good way. But no, but this is good. This is fabulous. So now what? What do I do? How do I just get the Swiffer mop and start cleaning my inner house? Or
Do the
hair
body awareness, situation awareness.
okay.
Yeah.
What oils?
Choose different angels.
I have been all weekend. I've been working with Gabriel. I
Yeah.
kept trying to a different one. I kept
I
coming
mean,
back.
I'd still rotate around a little bit, but Gabriel's a good one for you to use.
Any one of the funny ones, the different ones, unique ones you've got?
I would play around with several. Yeah.
The what?
I would play around with several different
Oh,
ones.
several. I thought you
Yeah.
named them. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this
And
fab.
then next weekend it will amplify the effects. So, of the different angels, it will amplify it.
Mhm. Greg, thank you so much
You're
for
so welcome.
all
'Cause
the
if you
fab.
think about like the light, is the processing, the movement. And so, you're activating the body of light. So I don't know. It sounds like it's just like processing. It's a bunch of work, but it's kind of like what I was saying to Kat. The processing is more uplifting than we realize. There is this like potential or hope that comes with it. It's not like, oh, I just got to process through my old crap or whatever. It's like you're it's not like you're moving away from them. It's almost like you have this like elevation that happens, and there's a kind of inspiration or like elation or something that happens where all of a sudden there's like this greater level of like happiness or sense of well-being or joy. And if you think about how like the Buddhists are pursuing like happiness and like in the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi, it's going from sadness to joy. That like even joy has a different vibe than happiness, and it has a bit more of a like an elated, this elevated feeling. And it's not just like, oh, I feel good. It's this like kind of light or openness to the potentials of the future rather than being weighed down by the things of the past. And it's not something that we can do in the intellectual mind. It's something that happens in intuition. And to be able to be in that place where that starts to happen is it's a game changer. It makes you more dynamic, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense
Yeah.
because as that's something that happened as soon as that
Yeah.
clicked, aligned, whatever you want to call it. And but there was
Mhm.
someone there, it's not just like me here, but there was someone there.
Mhm.
And there was just as soon as like I locked my eyes, my awareness, it was almost like as soon as I like saw it, felt it,
Mhm.
that was there, the energy shifted, and I felt like the what you said, like the excitement, the elation, and
Yeah. Yeah.
almost
Very
like
good.
almost like, yeah, together, let's create a good life for us.
Yeah.
Kind of, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
That's why, like, sometimes when we're talking about intellect, is like, intellect always thinks that it needs to make something happen. It's like when we're in that mode of like, what do I need to do? Even the idea of like setting your attention is just a way to like get to that place. It's not really what makes it happen. It's just like I'm taking steps to open up to the potential. And when the light or the parasympathetic activity, the healing process, whatever you want to call it, it is like that expansion of light. It's just this like thing that just opens up, and it's almost like you start riding this wave that is way beyond what the mind can comprehend. So far beyond what the mind can comprehend. It doesn't last forever. Like you'll have this expansion and then it'll kind of slow down and then you can have that expansion again. But it is literally you're harnessing divine intelligence when you do that. The creative force.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Thank you for this class, for all of them.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to start the year,
I think so too. Yeah. And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, hey,
Hey guys, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. How you doing, Miss Letty?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you. Greg, I had a quick question right now that you
Hmm.
were talking about, speaking of the light. You have this new oil, the ball of light. What is the difference, ball of light versus white light?
The ball of light has a much deeper effect on the nervous system. The white light is about helping the body be able to experience the light or generate light. You know how like green healer and blue healer, it helps the body produce green and blue within the body, which deepens the impact of the healing processes of the body, the parasympathetic activity. The ball of light is like more of the divine energy coming in and impacting. So it's opening up more to light with consciousness, you know,
Mhm.
like green and blue and violet and like the white. There's versions of it that are of the earth, and then there are some that are the sacred oils. They're like of the divine, right? And so the ball of light is more about the divine, or the white light is more about the earth.
Okay.
If
Okay,
that
thank
makes
you.
sense. Like if I boil it down, that's what it comes down to. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because when I saw that new oil, it's like ball of light, and I was thinking like, and I was
Yeah.
thinking,
They're
well, but you also
very
have,
different from each other. They're
and
oh,
I was thinking like, but you also have the white light, so I was a little like wondering what the difference was between
yeah,
those two. I
yeah.
mean, I like
You
you
know
made
what white
white
light?
light like long, long time ago. I don't
Yeah,
really
I
even think you
made
used
it.
it.
I actually made it for Astara
Star
before
up, yeah.
I was with
Hmm.
Astara. Like they had reached out to me and they wanted me to make them an oil blend for for Astara. And so that's what I made. And then
Is that for the I'm surrounded by white light?
no, they were just wanting a thing for white light. They even though that's part of Astara, they weren't really doing the surrounded by white light at the time.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's been around since, you know, Arlene wrote the books in the 50s.
Hmm.
Um, you know,
Are they still using the first anointing oil, the first, and you made the first and the, is it the first?
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, I
they're,
still make
yeah,
them. Mhm.
Okay. Hmm.
Yeah,
I think they're still on the site too, on the
yeah,
store
yeah,
site. So,
yeah, yeah.
Sorry, just side question. Thank you.
Yes, so.
and go ahead, Dan.
Hey, then. Oh, clicking in. Hey. Um, oh, that's it. So continuing with what Letty was saying. So the ball of light is part of, is that the new oil that you said you made, or is it just the white light versus the Stara? I'm sorry. Is is that
The
what
ball
you're,
of light is the new one. Yeah.
is the new one? Right.
Mhm.
So that's part of the, that will help kind of manifest things as far as or concretize things as you're trying to pull something in for the new year kind of thing.
Like what are you trying to do?
Because when you, well, if I've got this right, um, when you're surrounded with a ball of light and then you do the pattern with the brain, spine, and feet, isn't that part of bringing in divine light then?
So surrounding by white light, you're bringing in soul energy. What you're trying to do is you're trying to open up the blue pearl or the mental permanent seed. You know, for a while, all that's happening is you're getting stimulated and the energy comes in and that area like kind of processes it a little bit. But eventually you want it to have light like kind of pass through it and then fill the body and then start to emanate out into your surroundings. You know, people that you interact with, situations, whatever that might be. And so the idea of visualizing a ball of light is um, trying to train the pineal gland or the mental permanent seed, I should say, about not just having the energy come in and get a little bit stimulated, but have the light, the soul energy pass through and begin to fill the aura and then even emanate out into the environment with like the people that you interact with. And so that idea of activating the body of light that we're doing when we see you next weekend, you know, the
Yeah.
76 names of Metatron, it is, there's literally 76 aspects to open up that mental permanent seed. And so then it fills the body with light, and then you start emanating out more light as you go through and you work those aspects.
Oh, okay.
And so the idea of visualizing the ball of light is like you're trying to train that part of your spiritual anatomy to do what it's supposed to do and not just be, it's not dormant, but it's sitting on the bench, so to speak. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Like it's we want to get it to the point where it's like, put me in, coach, put me in. I want to do what I do.
Okay. Yeah,
Where
it's time
before
to.
it's just like,
Right.
I'm good on the bench. You know, I'm good, you know, and so, you know, because even the auric program is is still tied to the ball, but it's you're purifying the the lower nature influences on the field. And for most people, the aura is more the lower nature than the higher nature. And so even the idea of visualizing the ball is you're bringing in more soul energy to start to fill the aura so that the aura begins to shift and change. And then it physicalizes both here and then manifests like out,
Mhm. Mm,
you
okay.
know.
Okay. Okay. So will you have some of that with you next week?
I will now. Like since you wanted to, like I don't know that we had really thought out, you know, too much, but yeah,
Okay.
you know,
Brilliant.
yeah,
Brilliant. I wanted to say too with the vetiver, wow. I mean, it had been a while since I've used vetiver.
Mhm.
I was starting to panic a little bit. It's like, do I have some? I know I had some. I thought it was one of the really old white labels, and that's what I was looking
Oh
for.
yeah.
But I found some other. Um, but that was so soothing. I mean, and it was interesting to take it when we came all the way down. It's like when I was working on the lower legs, that's when the head started going like this. I mean, the thickness and the density, I guess, was what I
Yeah,
was going through.
yeah.
But it was, I had this kind of perception, if you will, that kind of like someone came out and offered me like a bowl, an empty bowl kind of thing.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, and then when I did the feed again, it kind of came back. Same kind of thing came
Hmm.
back. So it was just kind of an interesting thing as I'm working through this. And I got to tell you, so
Hmm.
you have a comment on that, or I was just going to
Well, the thing
fly
I was going
off
to
of that.
say is like you know, like we did it in the Astara session, but you know, we still do it here from time to time. I don't make a big deal out of it, but like when we're doing a process and it's not so much the soles of the feet, but when you kind of put your awareness on your feet and then also your hands. Um, the you know how we go through and we do like body awareness and situation awareness and awareness on you know some past event or something and you know even your goal you're sitting there and you're going okay I'm observing it and really what you're doing is you're listening to the body you're listening to whatever information's coming in when you do the feet and the hands what you're doing is you're actually listening to the earth.
Really?
Yeah. And it, in doing so, you know how the, when you listen to the body, you know, emotion, you know, the energy and the emotions move up. When you listen to the earth energy like moves up. It gets transmuted. And
Okay.
so, you know, it's a way to it's a way to be very intuitive.
Okay.
you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Very, very intuitive because there's the intuition of what you perceive in your body and your situations or whatever. But when you start listening to the earth, it's a whole nother level of listening.
Oh, wow.
And if you think about um like white Tara, they have she has eyes on her palms and eyes on the soles of her feet. It's it's tied to listening to the earth, and then the forehead, there's an eye, but that's listening to the divine. And so she's listening to the divine, but she's also listening to the earth. If you think
Really?
of the ideas of like the prophets or in the Native American traditions, the mystics, the
Shamans?
seers,
Yeah.
the ones
Okay.
that um that's what they did. They listened to the earth.
Really?
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Okay. I should, I've been blessing the earth like pretty much daily for the last week plus or so, going in the backyard, kind of
Mhm.
just giving gratitude, thanks,
Oh,
that
sure.
everything. So maybe I'll try that too, actually, while I'm doing that to
Yeah.
listen
You
to
don't
it.
even have to put your awareness on the earth. You just put your awareness on your feet
Okay.
and then your hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And just one more comment too, as far as the tarot, I've been doing that nightly now for a week and a half, and it's
Oh,
like
good.
it's there's a shift in
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
perceptiveness. I'm
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
sure what it is exactly,
Yeah.
but it is definitely there's something happening. There's
Yeah.
something
I
happening.
would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Good
So,
for you.
yeah. Thank you. Bless you, man.
Yeah. See you in a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can't
Not
wait.
even a week, about 4 or 5 days.
I know. It's gonna be, yeah, great. You're still over at Lauren's place, right? We're
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
gonna meet up there. Okay, great. Yeah, sounds good. Looking forward, man. Take care.
Yeah. See you. See you in a bit.
Yeah, yeah, sweet.
And then we had some more share and question. Someone said, I really resonated with what Greg said yesterday, something I already know, but kind of forgot for a moment. Without being grounded in light, we attract drama and chaos.
Mm.
Just wanted to say thank you for reminding me. I will make this my priority in
Yeah.
2026.
Good for you.
Does the vetiver process bring light to the body?
Yeah, like the more that the nervous system is balanced, being the dysregulation of vagal tone, there's a greater potential of light. When we're in a dysregulated state and vagal tone is very low, the vetiver does help start to bring some sort of balance to that. But the more that we've increased vagal tone and diminished the dysregulation, the greater level the body can experience light. It's in that mechanism where we start to have our experiences with light. So yeah.
If the vetiver segment helps the body hold light, why do we not do it as segment one before doing the segments we did yesterday?
So you can start to bring in light to have something to hold on to. Yeah.
Does Lama
I
Yoga
kind of like what I just said, like with the dysregulation and everything, with there to be too much dysregulation. Going through and doing that process might be a little bit relaxing, but there's not enough to hold on to. Yeah.
does Lama Yoga stimulate the blue pearl?
Yes. Yeah, it sure does. Okay.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, there was one more. Um, I'm feeling more sad after today's practice. Maybe there are some body memories that were triggered? Question mark. I feel quite disheartened. Could it be my spleen or liver energy?
What's going on?
Hey, Greg, that was me.
Hey,
Hey,
what's going on?
just a general sadness. I don't know why. So I don't know if it is related to the practice. So meanwhile, while I was listening to you, I mean, it's there from the beginning. I think it became more obvious. So when you spoke about spleen, it kind of resonated with me
Hmm.
because I have a pretty much low energy and, all those things that you mentioned. So while you were saying, I kind of inhaled the nerve help into the
Hmm.
kind of like maybe not even much like 6, 7. I don't know that, but in general too, I think when we broke, I was walking and I was walking, I felt like I was the regarding the goal and then doing the body memory. And there is like, definitely energy blocks, in the back or in the throat and in the knee. So I was trying to stay with them. But later on, I don't know, the whole thing, like the past and the childhood and the memories, and it's not like there is anything to forgive anybody. It's
Yeah,
just,
I would say do more like body listening, like where you just sit and you're aware of your body and where you feel tension, then just sit and observe that and then let it go and then come back to the body and go, okay, now where do I feel it again? I think the more that you increase the body listening, the more that that will kind of resolve itself.
but it doesn't stop, does it? It takes, you just start tuning out of it because there is so much, it just doesn't go away.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is there's been such an effort to like try to make it go away that it has accumulated quite a bit. And
Mm.
so, you don't have to sit and do it all at once, but just little by little, just keep doing the body listening because like the more that our body feels like the mind's not listening, the more that it's going to generate. It's like if you're talking to your friend or a partner or something and they're not listening, you like raise your voice and you keep talking a little harder and faster, and the body will do the same thing. And so the idea is to calm the body down. So like you do that by like hearing the body you know. And so it doesn't have to be done all at once, but the more that you kind of do it, the more that the body will start calming down.
And what if there are sensations more than one place, like you mentioned?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's definitely going to be more than one place.
mm,
There's going to be lots of places. Yeah.
mm.
Yeah.
And we just pay attention to one of them,
Yeah.
whichever is the dominant one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Mhm.
You're so welcome. Okay. So um let's go to page 4, segment 6. And we're going to do the same thing that we just did, but we're going to do it with a different oil. We're going to do it with nerve help or some form of sage or chamomile, Roman chamomile. Do you think we need to give them a break or you think we're good to go? Okay. Okay. So you have your sage, Roman chamomile, or nerve help. And we're doing the same thing we did before lunch, where your awareness is on your head and feel what's going on in your head, whatever you feel in that area, whatever one area jumps out in the head, be it the face, the jaws, the sides of the head, your awareness is there. And then begin inhaling. If you don't feel anything, then your awareness is just on your whole head. And then pause and let go. And then the head again. Reassess. Where do you feel something in your head? And then nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Now your awareness is on your neck, the front, the sides, the back of the neck. Whatever area jumps out at you, your awareness is on that. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. You're just being still. Your awareness is on your neck again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your neck. You're just letting go. Just let go. Okay, your tops of your shoulders. Your awareness is on the tops of your shoulders. If there's an area, focus in on it. If not, the whole top of your shoulder area. And then pause and let go. Again, the tops of the shoulders. That's up in. Funny. And just letting go. Okay, your awareness is on your chest and upper back. If there's an area that jumps out, your awareness is there. If not, your awareness is just on the chest and upper back area. And then just let go. Okay, again, your chest and upper back. You're practicing awareness on this area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Your abdomen and mid back, the abdominal area in your mid back. And then pause and let go. And then again, the abdominal area and the mid back area. And then pause and be still. And you're just pausing and being still. Your lower abdominal area and your low back, like from your navel down to the tops of your hips on the front and back side. You're inhaling. You're pausing and you're just being still. Just let go. Again, lower abdominal area or low back. You're just pausing and being still. How's that treating you? Is it good on your back? Yeah. Okay, your pelvis, your hips, the sides of your hips, the floor of your pelvis, the whole pelvic girdle. If an area jumps out, you're observing that. If not, your awareness is on the whole pelvis. And then pause and be still. Again, the whole pelvis. And then pause and let go. Just let go. Okay, we're doing the thighs, the upper legs. Your awareness is on the thighs. And then you're letting go. In your upper leg. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And just let go. Your awareness is on your lower leg from the knee down to the ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the lower leg. And pause and be still. And then again, your lower legs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just letting go. Hey, last one. Your awareness is on your feet. And pause and be still. And then one more time. Awareness on the feet. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate. So here we're going through and we're breaking patterns. We're breaking loops, helping the body to assimilate to a greater degree the light that's coming in. We'll do shares and questions, but we'll take a break first. And we'll come back at 10 till. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And shares or questions. Go ahead and unmute or type in, fire away.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
And just wonderful. I wanted to know about the Roman chamomile. I had just recently ordered it. I don't know what made me do it. That and spike lavender. Just I ordered a couple
Hmm.
out of the blue. Um, but I've never worked with Roman chamomile, so I'm so glad
Yeah,
I.
it's very nice, huh? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, very nice. Yeah, it's a very strong antispasmodic, and it's regenerative, or it's regenerating to the nerves. So, regeneration to the nerves means it helps the nerves go back to like proper function. And chamomile is also just like a nervine, like it's very soothing to the nerves as well. But it does help to re-educate the nerve. And so that's, we're trying to bring in light, and we're talking about breaking loops. A loop is what, like when we say the nerves need to be regenerated, that's what's being done is you're breaking the nervous system out of a particular loop. And so even if you look at patterns in the body, it's a neurological pattern that's a loop. So it helps with that. Yeah.
And I had felt just in a few areas, to go to forgiveness.
Oh, sure.
It's
Yeah,
been
yeah.
very, very deep, very profound. I
Yeah,
thank you
yeah.
very much for
Yeah,
this.
yeah. No, Roman chamomile is very, very nice. Yeah.
I'm so glad
I
I gave it a
I
shot.
I, I would say it's as strong of an as antispasmodic. It's a little bit different, but it's as strong as an antispasmodic as marjoram. It's just, it's a little bit more expensive. So I usually say marjoram instead of just Roman chamomile, but Roman chamomile is quite nice. It's in a lot of the blends that like pain blends and like nerve help and things like that, because it has, some pain relieving properties, but very antispasmodic and soothing to the nerves, helps break the neurological loops. Yeah.
And marjoram is always one. It's a wonderful friend. I
Oh
think,
yeah,
don't
no
you think?
joke. Yeah.
Just one to have in your car, I think,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
no joke. Yeah, no joke.
Thank you for this class. I
Yeah, you're
really,
so welcome. I'm glad you guys are enjoying so well.
oh, it's wonderful. This is just what I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Two people are asking very similar questions here. Are the different protocols we've been doing this weekend good to do as standalone or best worked as a sequence?
Both. They definitely kind of build on each other, but very easily could be a standalone. Um, you know, uh, Segment one, I think everybody had such a good experience, you easily could do that. But this one, you could use it for doing the angel work here, like we're doing, and even when you're looking at New Year's resolutions and goals, and there's still a neurological component, even though you're going, I want to do this year. We still get caught in loops, like we were just talking about with Denise, and some of it might be body function, but some of it is also how we interact with the outside world. And the idea to use like nerve help or Roman chamomile or some form of sage, you could almost say it's like helps facilitate transitioning into this new aspect. Because even when we have been doing the same thing over and over again and it's been positive, we're still kind of in this repetitive thing that we need to break out of to have this new experience or go in this new direction or take it a step further, whatever version of that. And so, using things like sage and Roman chamomile and nerve help helps you to go, okay, even though this might not be bad, it might be good, but I've outgrown it, or it's time for the next step. It still helps you to break out of that loop to take the next step. And so here we just systematically went through the whole body, like we're looking for a loop anywhere we can find it.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Greg. So when we went through the section with nerve help and got to the feet, the first thing I felt was my feet are cold. Huh. So I actually just focused on feet being cold and I could feel things shift, but my feet were still cold. And
Hmm.
then we went on, excuse me, it wasn't nerve help, it was vetiver, I think, the first time. Yeah, it was vetiver the first time.
Right.
Then it was nerve help, and the same thing happened. It was like they're still cold.
Mm.
Again, I focused on coldness and I can feel a shift, but the feet are still cold.
Yeah. I would say the feet are probably cold because of the body shifting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just sort of odd. I've never, we don't often bring attention and awareness to our feet. So maybe
Right.
that's why I've never noticed it to that extent. But
Right.
yeah, so I just weird out of the blue thing.
Yeah. How'd the rest of your body feel?
Uh, there's been a couple times where I've had yawns where I thought my jaw would break.
I think I've
Then
seen
yes,
Samantha doing that a little bit this weekend too.
yeah, and then yesterday at one point, in one of the breaks, I I told the people here I'm going to bed, my son and his girlfriend. And I said I'll be back in 12 minutes, and they're like, "How weird!" I only have 15 minutes. It's only a short break, but I
Mm.
got a 12-minute nap, and I was asleep in less than 30 seconds, and barely woke up in time to get into class again.
Yeah, power naps. I love
Yeah,
power.
yeah, exactly. I think it was Kat who was talking about sleeping through every segment. I didn't do every, but I
Right.
needed that nap. So
Right.
thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
And just in case, I think you did answer this with that other one, but that one was our segments 5 and 6 stand
Yeah.
alone.
Oh, yeah. Any of them could be a standalone. Yeah.
Someone said also, would Greg speak a little bit about next weekend's Metatron class? How about we wait till the end of?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll talk about it at the end. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we can even take some questions about it if people want to take questions about it.
But let's keep it just kind of on this class for now. But yeah, happy to have that at the end. And that is the shares for that section.
Okay, so we're going to jump to number 7. And that again, we're revisiting the vetiver. So this is, we're working that whole brain, spine, brain, soles of the feet, and we're bringing a deeper level of regulation to certain aspects of the nervous system. And so, yeah, this one, how people are asking, could this be a standalone? Like this right here, you might not need to do it daily, but you could easily do it multiple times in a week, like as you wind down your day. It's very calming and soothing to different aspects of the autonomic nervous system. How we were talking about with, I think it was Teresa, where like the balance of the nervous system, this would help kind of soothe some different aspects to help it be able to achieve a better balance quicker. Okay, so again, let's have you think about your resolution or your intention that you're setting, your goal. Just reflect on that. See how it feels for the year. And then let that go. And now feel it in your body. What do you notice as you feel it in your body? Okay, and then let that go. Now begin inhaling the vetiver. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on the spine. And then the brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet, both at the same time. And then just pause and let it go. Let's cycle through that again. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet, both at the same time. Just let go. Let that filter. How about we'll cycle through that one more time. Again, your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on your spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. brain and soles of your feet. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to take a break again, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do a deeper dive on working with etheric chords. So I'll see you again at 10 till. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we're going to do a little bit of a different version of working with etheric chords. So again, your choices: ironbark eucalyptus, marjoram, rue, St. John's wort, etheric chords, or etheric chords premium. So go ahead and pull out the oil that you're going to use. And with that, we're going to do a little bit of this like deeper dive of working the lower aspect of the aura and then the direct connection. So before we do the version that we're going to do, let's just do a little practice run. Think of another person, whoever that might be. I know it's like, where do I go get it from, right? The coffee table, the bedside. And as you think of the person, begin inhaling whatever oil you're working with. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're using the oil as you just think of the other person. We're doing this to establish a baseline. And then pause and be still. And then again, think of the person. Thinking of the other person, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, you're pausing and you're letting go. So we've done this different ways, and it's not that one way is better than the other. They're working different aspects. And this one particular aspect, we haven't really worked it this way before. And so part of what you're doing is you're going to be working the knee, the ankle, the soles of the feet. Basically, like when we're having interactions with somebody, and especially if it's more negative in nature, it's lower nature interacting with lower nature, right? And so that is your lower energy centers, but it's also energy that we're pulling up from the earth, and we're also kind of projecting these things. So here we're going to unwind that aspect of the knee, the ankle, the soles of the feet, which really brings more of it to the surface to be fleshed out, right? There's a lot of different ways that you can flesh things out. This is just one of the ways, right? So you're going to use the same idea, the same person. Now you're just going to focus on your knees. You're not going to think of the same person, but eventually we're going to get to that same person again. So you're working your knees. So either your whole knee or the back of your knee. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your ankles. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Again. And now the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then let's just pause right there. Pause and let go. Okay, so now you're going to focus on the person again, that same person. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths while you focus on that person. And then pause and be still. Again, let's do that person. Same person. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. How did that feel? And for those of you that have done this a bunch before, felt a little different, didn't it? Didn't it feel different to you?
Is that because
It's because of that part of the knee, ankle, soles of the feet. You're releasing something from the dynamic between the two people that is of the lower nature. Okay, so we're still going to do the ball of light. So visualize yourself in a ball of light. You're completely surrounded by a ball of light. And as you're surrounded in the ball of light, you're still inhaling that same oil you're using. And then pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Okay, so we're going to do it again. You can do it with the same person or you can do it with a different person. So we're going to start with the knees. Your awareness is on the knees, the whole knee, or at least the back of the knee. The ankles, your awareness is on the ankles. Your ankles, your awareness is on your ankles. Soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And just pause and let it go. Okay, so now think of the person. And as you think of the person, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let it go. What's that feeling towards you? Now, the ball of light. Visualize yourself in a ball of light. And then just pause and be still. Okay. Let's go ahead, share experiences, ask questions. How was that for you?
Really warmed up.
Did it really?
And I think it was because we did
The earth.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
Hi. Um, I just wanted to say I had a really strong release. When we hit the soles of the feet the first time through, literally my arms and the back of my hands broke out in a sweat. Just
Oh, wow.
they got really, really hot and broke out in a sweat. I've never had that happen, but I knew it was all good. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you.
You're so welcome. How do you feel right now?
I feel really good and clear, really good and
Good,
clear.
good.
I've been going off of sugar and stuff like that. So I've been having a bit of withdrawal type symptoms, but that was yesterday and that was harder yesterday. Today I feel really good and clear and I know I'm on the right path. Whether the hives go away or not, I know I'm on the right
Right,
path.
right,
Okay.
right.
But it's been like a huge body work, this
Mm-hmm.
work today, just huge. It's
Yeah, good, good, good.
Thank you both so
You're
much, and
so
for everyone
welcome.
that's attended.
Yeah, I thought this was a good way to like just start the year, you know.
I'm excited to maybe order that ball of light too. Then
Yeah,
it'll go on
yeah,
one
it's
of
a
the next
fancy one.
orders. But there's so many classes coming up,
I
so
know, I know.
thank goodness. All right.
Someone's wondering, can the person be a deity?
Yeah, probably some of the other stuff that we do with the chords would work better for a deity. I mean, doing etheric chord work with a deity is a good idea, but this, because we're going down into the earth, it is kind of about the back and forth between you and another person. And so this one, it would probably be okay, but it wouldn't be the best application. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
So that was interesting. It turned into kind of a montage of people, but the same energy.
Yeah, that can definitely happen, you know. The
Um,
the usually when we have some issue with a person, they're just part of a group of people that like are
yeah,
all doing
yeah,
we're from the same script, you
yeah,
know.
pretty much.
Yeah.
So I would focus on one and then multiples. And then it was a period of time in my life, actually. Um,
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I could see that.
yeah. And at the end, I think the objective is it just feels clear, right? We're not
Mhm.
reestablishing chords. We're just connecting to what still exists and letting it go, right?
Right, right.
Because I want to share with you the pain out of my hip left.
Oh, good.
Like, I
Yeah.
hope it stays that way, but I kind of felt
Yeah.
like it was something stuck. Maybe I also saved something for later
Well,
too.
if you think about like dysregulation, when we have connections to like old events or people or situations, like the energy from those events or from those people can be very dysregulating to our system.
Okay.
That's very much a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
And a positive result is I just started tearing up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That felt like relief.
Yeah, that it sounds like a release of sorts. Yeah.
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 So, so thank you very much for that nice ending of the week.
Yeah. I thought the court thing was a nice way to end it. You know what I
It's,
mean?
it's really great. And I'm assuming that one can be a standalone.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
You know,
Um,
there's been several different variations of it. You know, just even thinking of the other person with the chords, we'll do something, but then, you know, we do it from the chakras and we do it, you know, there's just different ways of doing it. And so, you know, a lot of times with something like this, just because of the things that happen in our nervous system and you know, the dynamics of the way we have to interact, that I like the idea of coming at things a lot of different ways. You know, so we
mhm,
don't get locked into just thinking that this is the only way that I'm going to resolve this or let go of this. You know, you just
mhm.
keep working at different angles, and then at some point it's just done.
Yeah. And just I'm curious of something.
Mhm.
So when we're releasing it into the earth, it's like composting, right?
Well, it's like as you and the other person interact, part of
Hmm.
your interaction is, you know, like energy body to energy body, but
Yeah,
it's also a communication that happens through the earth. And
got
so what
it.
you're doing is you're disconnecting from that component in the earth.
Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you so
Yeah,
very
yeah.
much. Um, and just to kind of close off on this, yesterday when we started with goals, I had a clear goal, but there was this other energy that was interfering with it. And then ending today, that was the energy that left.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
So very, very grateful.
Good, good, good.
Thank you so very much.
It sounds like you had a good weekend.
I did. This was
Yeah,
very powerful, this last
good,
piece.
good, good.
Very grateful. Thanks, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Someone's asking, is it helpful to focus on a person who has passed?
You could. I probably because they've passed, we're going down into the earth. It would still do something, but it's probably not the best way to do it. Like if you're doing somebody who passed, I'd probably do the one where we go through the energy centers. I think that would be like a little bit more effective. Same probably with the deity. Like if you want to work with the deity, like, basically you do the core between the heart, but I'd also do the lower centers. And yeah, yeah.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, hey.
Hey, um, it was, I felt cold in the morning, remember, and yesterday a lot
Hmm.
at night.
Hmm.
And then after that insight, at lunch, I was comfortable. I was light. I
Oh,
was
good.
open and fluffy, just and very warm. I was feeling very warm, like I finally landed kind of thing. And then we just did this thing. And even before, whatever we did with vetiver was fine. But we just, by the way, Etheric Chords Premium. Oh, it's delicious.
I know. Yeah.
Um, but I'm cold again.
Yeah.
Uh,
Again, it's probably a shift in the nervous
uh,
system, like in
yeah,
the
because
energy body in the nervous system. Yeah.
but I feel actually there's no headache. It's just like I can
Yeah.
feel, and
I was doing a process last night with and stuff for the Metatron, and I got freezing cold. And I run so hot. I usually don't use a blanket at night because I run so hot. And last night I was like multiple blankets on top of me because I was cold. In the middle of the night, I kicked them off, but like there was just this period where the energy body is shifting and stuff. And so,
yeah, I mean, absolutely. And when we were on the soles of the feet, my palms were so like almost itching,
hmm.
my
Yeah,
palms.
that kind of sounds like Denise too, huh? Like the sweaty.
Mhm.
I think she was getting it in her hands on. Hmm.
I do like to just generally focus on like just when I need grounding, I kind of go into my hands, awareness on my hands and the knee. God, I can't talk. The hands and the soles of the feet.
Mhm.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah, that's for listening to the earth.
I do it a lot.
Mhm.
For me, it's like it also helps me kind of ground and center.
Sure.
Um, the ball of light at the end,
Hmm.
I've never seen it like this before. It was just so bright that my eyes were almost like hurting my eyes.
Yeah.
It was just white, bright. It was just, oh, it was beautiful. I've never seen it like this before.
Yeah, at some point it will even start to look kind of like a pearl, like pearly white.
What's a pearly a white?
It's more soul energy coming in.
Okay.
You know how they say the the mental permanent atom or the inner eye, they also refer to it as the blue pearl. And so if you think about like in the Christian tradition, you got to go, if you're going to heaven, you got to go through the pearly gates. Or, they'll talk about a pearly light or something like that. It's soul energy.
It was just so bright. And it was interesting because it felt like it was coming from inside.
Hmm.
And it was kind of like all radiating and it was very bright and it was really beautiful. And it was just so comfortable as well. It wasn't like
Oh, good.
it was effortless. So yeah, thank you, Greg.
You're
Thank
so welcome.
thank you, thank you, thank you. What would be the best oil? I know there was something else and I can't remember, but never mind.
For a bath,
Yeah.
for a bath, I would say like larch, cistus, vetiver. If you want to be super fancy, blue lotus, osmanthus, even like hyssop. Hyssop could be good.
hmm That's what I wanted to add to this. I have been drawn, I think I mentioned to you, they have been taking the Attractilodes tincture quite a lot, and it's been popping, jumping. And I took it actually twice today as well. It's so, I think that's been helping me together with all
Yeah,
that
it's a good herb. Yeah.
for what happened today. So yes, thank you, thank
You're
you,
so welcome.
thank you. See you next week.
Yeah, see you next week.
So now we have a couple of those, like the question about the 76 names of Metatron, and then someone's also asking, is there a good essential oil to soothe the eyes?
Soothe the eyes for what? Like
My
what's
eyes
going on?
kind of burn behind, like in the back of my eyes. They are kind of strained and burn. I almost think it might be dry. I'm not sure.
I would do Shazandra.
Okay,
Like 2 or 3 drops of Shazandra 1 to 2 times a day. In
okay.
internal. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so
I
welcome.
do have that one. Thank you.
Oh, good.
And so would Greg speak a little bit about next weekend's Metatron class? Thank you.
So the 76 names of Metatron, also you could call it like a tuning to the light, but I think a more appropriate name is the activation of the body of light. And we have the mental permanent atom, which is when it's activated, it increases our communication or guidance from the soul. And so it's also like our conscience and our mental faculties, our mental body. And as we go through and try to heal and everything, part of what we're talking about with the parasympathetic part of the nervous system or the rest and repair mode is somewhat tied to this mechanism, right? And then the sympathetic nervous system and the defense mechanisms and things like this, protective mechanisms, the fight flight is tied to more like the pituitary and things like this. And so the idea with the 76 names is, for one, Metatron is uh, the king angel. Like it's the angel that brings the light from the other side of the veil, right? But then from there is the 76 aspects. And within us, there's the 76 aspects. And it's how we go through and process light. And as these aspects start to have an impact on us, that mental permanent atom or that blue pearl becomes more activated, and light now starts to pass through it. Right now, it starts to pass through it, and we start to have expansion in the body, and we start to emanate this energy out into our surroundings and as we interact with other people and things of this nature. And so, if you look at it from the point of view of the work program, the work programs in our mold, energetic mold or blueprint, are all these drives or repetitions that come from the lower nature. Then we begin to visualize the ball of light, right? And this is starting to bring in more of the soul energy. You're bringing in more of a light with consciousness. So then we deepen this practice by starting to work with angels and archangels. And remember, angels and archangels are more of an access point of a specific kind of energy with consciousness, right? So, how we're able to process this energy with consciousness depends on how many of these little levers in us, these metaphorical levers, have been flipped so that we can process the light. If we don't really have very many open when we invoke an angel, something comes in, something happens, but the more that we prepare the body and the more that we attune the body and align it with the light, the more that these angelic energies have impact. So the idea with the 76 names of Metatron is it is an activation of the body of light. And if you look at it from the point of view as the body's processes, we talk about like fight flight, which is really we're being defensive or we're needing to protect ourselves. So we're either running or fighting. So from the drive of the lower nature, it becomes this aspect of, okay, the nervous system has to go into this mode where it it puts its guard up to protect itself. And then once the situation passes, then the body might go back into regulation and it might not, right? And it just becomes a conditioned response based on all our past experiences. It's like, this person kind of looks like the person who did something weird to me. And then, your guard goes up and somebody says something weird and I got triggered, my guard goes up, or I get a little upset. And so it becomes this conditioned response that becomes reactive, right? Defense, protection, even the aspects that have to do with trauma, even the ideas that have to do with abandonment and fitting in with social situations, things of this nature. Well, when you start to bring in the angelic energy, you'll notice that that starts to kind of shift and change in ways that just treating your physiology, it unwinds it. But when the angelic energy comes in, it's a little different. Like it's more far-reaching than we really realize. Well, when these aspects of the 76 names of Metatron, it is directly tied to how light comes in and the amount of light that comes in and the quality of light that comes in and how the light interacts with our different aspects of physiology. So then we come back to the idea of, oh, fight, flight, instead of just having um, a defensive response, which is what the nervous system does. Now you have a defensive intelligence. You have a protective intelligence. You have an adaptive intelligence. You have a healing intelligence, right? It's an energy with consciousness, right? You have a restorative intelligence. You start to diminish the need to, like, okay, I have to go through and I have to unwind this loop and I have to do these things, because now there starts to be a kind of consciousness in the body that just starts cleaning house, right? So it is literally the body of light becomes these different kinds of intelligences within the body, to where when something happens, not only do we go into like where we need to defend something, now you have this defensive intelligence that's way more efficient than your normal nervous system and your normal body. You have this protective intelligence way more effective than the normal reactions of the nervous system. You have this healing response that now becomes a healing intelligence that just starts going through and cleaning the house and starts addressing things before they become a health issue. You have this restorative intelligence that just starts to clean house on these loops in the body that have been there for who knows how long. And it just starts resolving these issues and starts regulating the nervous system. You know, even the idea of aligning ourselves with the light, there's a kind of intelligence within us that is naturally drawn to the light. The difficulty is the lower nature, right? The body naturally resists the light and naturally resists the soul by its nature. And so as you infuse this aspect of these 76 names of Metatron, then the lower nature, the body, begins to align itself with the soul. It starts to align itself with the divine. The conflict between the higher nature and the lower nature now become diminished because there is consciousness or intelligences in the body that are at play that doesn't happen for a normal person because they don't have these aspects of the light within them. So, in a nutshell, that is the 76 names of Metatron. So, if you guys have questions, I'm more than happy to answer. One that I find interesting is there's this thing called naturalistic intelligence. And it's like, like in nature, it would be like how a bird generates like bright colors to attract a mate, or how it puffs its feathers up, or for us it's like how we present ourselves as we go through and interact with people, and how we talk, and how we we present ourselves and behave, and the things we say and don't say, and body postures and all these kinds of things. There is the lower nature version, and then there's the version of it that has this higher intelligence. And so I don't know. I just find these things like really fascinating. Yeah. Yeah.
It is exciting. So thank you, Greg. And thank you, everybody, for joining us this weekend. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll get the recordings out to you in a few days. And we have a lot of really fun things happening this week. So this is the first week for the Journey with the Angels 2026. So if you haven't had a chance to register and join us this year
Tuesday,
for that.
first night.
Yep, it'll be Tuesday, same like we did the ARC programming things. We're doing the Angels, and so there's that.
So we'll talk about the angel, but then we'll also explore different ways to like work the angels on the Tuesday night thing. So
Yeah, so that's going to be a little different too.
yeah.
Not the same every week. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right. Thank you guys.
Okay. Take care, you guys. Happy New Year.